I'm just setting some shit up here, so I'll just hang on a little while. Okay. Hello, CCM Dev. What's up? Welcome back. Welcome back, buddy. Finally, you are back, and I will enable the desktop now. Hello, Marcelovi. What's up? Marcel. Today we're gonna do just general bug fixing. Well, it's not really bug fixing. It's more so implementing the last of some features. So last time I was here, I added the ability to drive cars in multiplayer and have those like crashes synchronize, which turned out pretty great. I'm from Poland. Yeah, I assume so by your name. I've been to Poland twice. Okay. Your vehicle prefabs. I think I have it under new. Probably the damage. I'm gonna be working on the cars a bit now, and then we'll see what happens. There's no set plans for today's stream. We just take things as they come. And here, so we shouldn't use the noise. That will make it non-deterministic. I'm already flying. Okay, yeah, see ya, dude. Yeah, that was the one. Car sound effect. Zero point 2, 15, 25, 03. Okay, but this one seems to be suspension 1, suspension 2. One, two. Is it like the collision itself or something? It's all above. It's all much lower there, so it might be that it's hitting the ground. Yeah, it's probably pretty okay. But the freaking slip sound is annoying. All right. It's the Yeah, it's going to be for Linux. I mean, it's being built in Unity. If it's being built in Unity, generally you can assume Linux support unless otherwise stated. And we're just gonna go into the sound mixer. I should have like a Unity sound mixer, I think, honestly. Maybe I should just add that now. I don't know, do I have enough? Yeah, I do. Okay. So we will add... Just change this up in Streamlabs. Remind me later. Is there something interesting there? No, I don't think so. Actually, let's delete that one and we'll just do this. I don't know if we can copy both. No, okay. Hello, Lennart. What's up? Lennart. There, okay, I think that should be better, and then I should be able to control this a bit more. Fine tune it so it's not loud as shit for y'all. And we can tweak a bit with the like that's the one that plays, the slip asphalt. But where does it play? Slip, slip, slip. We are back at Twitch. Here, slip asphalt, ground effect. Wheels, ground, source. Maybe I can turn that down, but then let's see here. The wheels, ground. The ground sounds. Wheels effect source. What did I do last week? A bunch of shit, dude. Bunch of shit. Okay, wheel sounds. Here, find the maximum slip for each sound. If wheel.slip normalized is greater than sound.slip. So this one, slip normalized, is that the one that I'm interested in? There's no, like, wait, slip normalized. Is it assigned somewhere? How's the game going? Going well, going well. Right, okay, sound.value.slip. I mean, we could just set a higher threshold here. I don't know why it's set with a magic number like that, but... There's no, like, slip parameter or something. Ah, so true, Aaron Gaming Dev TV, Slorb. Slorb, Slorb. All right. I'm wondering. I guess. So we would. Okay, if we're gonna synchronize these wheels. We could synchronize, I guess maybe that's what they're doing for the synchronization in multiplayer, is they synchronize the entire sound. But, I mean, that's still, like, very often you'd synchronize that. So how's it implemented? It's basically checking each wheel, and as long as the wheel isn't dead, I'm assuming that would mean that it's broken. If it's not broken, then we try to get the value for the current ground type on which we're on. And then the source for playing the audio is set up. And we do that for every wheel sound. Interesting. I mean, we could do that. We could do all of this shit. Synchronize that just flat out. But like ground sound contains a ground type, and it contains audio clips which we can't synchronize. So we'll just press play, drive around a little bit, and think about things. So one thing I will say is I've been thinking a bit more about sort of Penguin Springs in the context of like encouraging repeat playing. So like making new characters and not just looking at the game as this sort of sandbox with zero directions. And I had a couple of thoughts regarding that over the weekend. My first one being that it would be kind of cool to, before you enter Penguin Springs, sort of select a background or a set of character traits, right? So you could have like primary and secondary traits or something. So one such trait could be, and I've said this a couple of times on the Discord, one such trait I could imagine being like being a pizza lover. So that would be like a secondary trait. And it's a secondary trait in the sense that, buddy, in the sense that it doesn't necessarily dictate playstyle, but it does have an influence on like general behavior. So the pizza lover trait would make your penguin only be able to eat pizza. However, you'd also get like a discount on pizza or something. So it's like, you know, the traits are supposed to have plus and minus. And they're supposed to be not just flat stat increases, but actually have some sort of effect beyond. So similar to something that the old classic Fallout games would have. I don't know if any of you guys played those, but they would have a couple of traits that would have like flat stat increases, and then some that would just be completely changing the dynamic of the entire game. So I think one is like I think there was one trait you could get in Fallout 1 and 2 that would make like women, if you were a guy, women would hate you and guys would love you. You could get like a trait like that, and then you could get like a womanizer trait as well, which would be like women love you, guys hate you, which is also sort of like, you know, it's a big plus, but it's also a huge minus. And I want to work out traits like that, but that fit in the context of this game, which is not an RPG in the sense that Fallout is, because Fallout, of course, has like all the dialogue, this like stat-based, turn-based combat, so it's much easier to sneak that in. It's the same with like Baldur's Gate and games like that, which is obviously, you know, old school RPG games. Like, it works to have a lot of stats and a lot of modifiers for those games because of the fact that combat is turn-based, dialogue is also turn-based, and there is dialogue to be had, and there is a story that plays out. And I think within the context of Penguin Springs, we need to have these gameplay elements focus on connecting the player to the world in another way. So we'd want to connect it to like the careers, whether or not you're being a civilian or a criminal. We'd want to connect it to like the vehicles. We'd want to connect it to the items. We want to connect it to your daily routine, because there's a day-night cycle. We could have it connect to like the diet of like when you go eat. So it's all these things that we have to figure out how to connect these sort of traits to. And I had one thing, like, so one primary trait, because I was mentioning a secondary trait, which would be like the pizza lover trait. But a primary trait could be something more tied to your background as a character that sort of sets up what kind of character you're going to be playing as in a greater sense. So a primary trait could be something like start out as homeless. So you could be like, can you see this? Yes, I can. What's in the ups? It's all good, Hamad. So primary trait could be like you start out as homeless. Like that could be a primary trait. So in that trait, maybe you have faster experience gained, but you start off with no money, no items, and no apartment. So what you make of your life then is up to you, right? Do you like go to steal money? Do you go like collect cans and get like recycling money, or do you I don't know, do other things to get money? So that could be like a primary trait that sets you up. And you could be maybe like maybe a trust fund kid. It could be like another trait where you get like a bunch of money to start, but then there's a very big drawback where all your skills start at zero because you don't have any worldly knowledge, and maybe like people have a general dislike of you because you've had, you know, stuff handed to you as you arrive in the city. So these sort of large scale traits that are a bit more that will ripple a bit more throughout your entire playthrough, as opposed to like, okay, so I guess the background would be, let's put it this way, the background, so the primary trait, whether that's like homeless or whatever, would be like the launch trajectory, right? So trust fund kid, you're set up with lots of money, you have your stuff handed to you, but people dislike you. Homeless, you have nothing but the clothes on your back, but you have to like work a bit harder to get started. That sort of sets up a trajectory for your playthrough, if you will, but it doesn't dictate playstyle in the same sense. However, the secondary traits, so something like pizza lover, or maybe I was thinking about like car phobic, who would like be, I don't know, would do better at driving motorbikes than cars or something. like better at driving motorbikes, worse at driving cars. That would sort of add flavor throughout your playthrough, and that would, you know, you can work to erase the effect of your background. So whether or not you're a trust fund kid or you're homeless or whatever, you can erase the background of that by working hard enough. But your secondary traits are sort of with you throughout the duration of your entire playthrough, so it plays a bit differently. I think that could work. So I'm trying to think of those sort of things. Hello, Alice. What's up? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Okay. I wonder, like, with the slip sounds, like, do I just lower the volume of the slip sound or something? Because it is, like, extremely obnoxious, even at low volumes. Yeah. Okay. How would you synchronize the wheel sounds? I mean, you could ignore the wheel sounds and only play the engine sounds. Like the VFX, I don't know if the VFX... Good morning, Brittle Ball. Good morning. We'll just start with the car engine sounds, which should be easier to synchronize, I would assume. Vehicle, convertible vehicle. Let's see here, car controller. Is there a vehicle sound? Like that's the ground source, okay? Friction, blah, blah, blah. Engine. Okay, I mean, the engine source is doing something here. Let's see. Engine source. That's initialize. My balls are brittle today. TMI. I forgive you. Don't worry. Porn is forgiving. Okay, engine source. So here, car engine is on. Right. Wonder how Frost would be doing. Yeah, if Frost was here, he would probably be suffering the death penalty because we instated that just a few days ago, actually, for everyone wearing frog hats. But I think for myself, I'm feeling like a cowboy. Everyone keeps yapping on and on about the freaking bucket hat. But I say, screw the bucket hat. Yeah, I mean, Frost is awesome. It's just sadly, he's not following the rules and regulations regarding wearing a frog hat. Who made the rules? I don't make the rules. I don't know. I just found the rules in a rule book on the street. Again? Yeah, I don't know. It's very strange. I just saw this rule book on the street. It said the rule books for Kingdom of Frost. And it said to instate the death penalty on July 12th. I don't know. That's just what it said. Don't ask me about it. I don't know anything. These are just the rules of play. Okay, so if car engine is on, or wrong language, or neat. Wait, it's being driven. Does that check players in vehicle? I can't believe Mega got fired from work for a week. That's crazy. Right, seat index. Active AI passengers. Has AI driver. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the one I need. Is being driven. Full check AI. And then or check AI. And AI is as AI driver. Okay. So if the engine is on or it is being driven by either a player I think we should have it so that the engine is automatically turned on. I don't know if that's a setting on the car level. Start engine in awake. Yeah, that's the one. But I guess the thing is start engine in awake might start it whether or not there is a, or like what does it count, what does awake count as? Hello, silence aside. Hello. Silence sight. Holy sight. Neat. Now, when I finally got the time, I can do some sick ass art. Please don't make art of asses like another billboard. I'm not gonna lie, thinking of doing one with Ponga's energy drink. That would be based. Just don't do the ass art. Let's go. Says Silent Sight. Silent Sight, why you don't... Why would... Ass art. Why would you... Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I'm sorry. Okay, let's see if this works. I'm trying to just make it so that other players can hear the sound of the engine. We'll leave the tires for later when that becomes relevant. But we need to synchronize also the spawned NPCs. That is also something we need to synchronize. The NPCs spawned in the cars. And then when we have, I guess we just need to verify that like car crashes work in a synchronized manner too. Yeah, like I can't hear this one though. I guess it's because they're all uninitialized. What platform do you use? There's no server hosting. I'm peer-to-peer, but the matchmaking is done through the matchmaking and relay servers are hosted by Photon, and I'm using Photon Fusion as my networking library. And then I don't use Photon Fusion's matchmaking servers per se. I actually use Steam lobbies to do the actual server browsing, but that's because Photon Fusion limits servers to be region specific for whatever reason, or at least Photon Bolt did. I don't know if Photon Fusion does in the same manner, but I don't know. It's a weird limit that they have, but this just auto connects and auto sets the region for you. But yeah, they don't allow us to use Steam networking to do any like manual connections between clients, so I just had to sort of rig it up in a roundabout way, and it works completely fine. Like, what matters to me is that we have a solid networking foundation, which Photon Fusion provides us with, and then we can use any matchmaking service to make those connections happen. And in this case, we're using a combination of Photon Fusion's matchmaking and Steam's matchmaking for their lobby system or whatever. We're not using, yeah, I guess we're not using, well, I guess we are using Steam's matchmaking system in a sense, because we are using their lobbies, which is part of the matchmaking system. However, the shipping containers add a nice feeling to that start area. Yeah, I was just putting around a little bit of stuff to make it feel a bit more like a harbor. I think, you know, sometimes the small things do a lot, even though it's like It's just a testing level, but no point making it look bad, right? If it just needs a couple of containers to look much better. Hmm. Sup, animation gamer? Sup, sup. What you work it? I work it, yeah. What you work it? What? I mean, what game or owls? Have you made any 2D games? I've made an RTS, but I don't find 2D interesting. It's not what I shit, sorry. Right here. We made this, that fish and I. It's like a pixel art, sort of, just a basically game jam-ish. It was kind of fun to make, but I don't know. I just find 2D so limiting. I don't care for it really. When it comes to like even 2D games that I actually like find really enjoyable, it's very few. There are very few 2D games that I've actually enjoyed. Maybe that's me being close-minded, but you know, I don't know. There's something Deem alone, not company. Yeah, Deem alone. I mean, any game requires uniqueness, I would say. Like, you have to be unique in some way. Either unique in your ability to excel within the genre, unique in your ability to go into a new genre, unique in your way to excel at an art style. You know, like there are all these different ways. It's always about being unique. With 2D, it's just that it forces your hand in many ways. There are only so many ways you can make a 2D game. And the most obvious way that most people seem to consider now is obviously like platformers. Platformers is sort of the ubiquitous 2D game, in my opinion. And those have been just absolutely done to death, right? Absolutely and entirely. Like, if you love platformers, you'll be happy to play another 2D platformer. But for me, it's just not interesting. And I think, you know, I noticed this with like Souls-like games, right? That when you explore one and the same genre, what happens is that you start to become a parody of yourself, and you only find one way to expand on the idea. PTS is broken. Ah, shit. Okay, I'll just restart Penguin Pet. There ends up being only really one way to expand on your idea, or you become like single-minded in your way to expand on the idea. So like in the case of platformers, they're like, how do we make platformers better? Well, we make just more difficult platforming sections, and more and more and more and more difficult, until they have either like just an absurd move set, or like the platforming sections are just absurdly difficult. And it's like, it's just not interesting to me, as like it's an exercise in difficulty. And that's what I feel like a lot of Souls games are developing into as well, where they're like, you know, these games used to be novel enough that the only thing that had to be interesting about them was sort of the exploration, where the challenge was an added bonus. But then, you know, you go into like Elden Ring, and you go into all these other Souls-like ripoffs, and all they do is difficulty, because that's all they can bring to the table within the genre. And the same thing is happening in 2D. I mean, it's just a parody of itself, and it's just not interesting. Unless you're a fan of that, in which case, you know, all the best to you. I think you'll enjoy yourself a lot. And it's the same thing. People look at like Rockstar Games with like GTA or Red Dead, and they criticize like Red Dead for like, they just went all out on this like, you know, simulating the size of the horse's testicles or whatever. But it's like, that's sort of that's the realm in which Rockstar can explore now, because they've exhausted making these cinematic stories. they're exhausting the depth in which they like simulate the world. And then there's only so much they can do, and yeah, I mean, they end up being parodies of themselves, but it ends up being still, for those who appreciate those sort of things, amazing. But it leaves everyone else wanting for something else. So like, you know, people leverage critiques against Rockstar like, oh, the mission structure is so and so. But it's like, yeah, but that's not why people are playing the Rockstar games. Not their core audience, at least. They want to be wowed by the simulations. It's the same thing with the platformers. People want to be wowed by the insanely difficult. Is it still not working? Could be that I need to like refresh some key or something. I'm gonna give it a test myself. It might be that it's broken this stream, in which case, you know, that'll have to be fine. I'll look into it later, perhaps. I don't think they're overrated. I think it's just, it has a very strong core audience. Like it's reaching wide, and it's doing a good job at what it's wanting to do, which is telling like a cinematic story with a sort of shooter, third-person shooter gameplay overlay, essentially. Yeah, it seems like the text-to-speech is broken. It's just gonna have to be broken this stream. Sorry, people. I'll try to fix it for next stream. I think might have something to do with ban, might not. I don't know. But I don't think I can fix it just super quickly right now, so these things can take time. I think it's like, you know, what a lot of people when discussing sort of media miss is that there is a difference between the quality of something and the enjoyment of something. And I think many people will not admit to the quality if they don't find enjoyment. Right? And that's why you have the concept of guilty pleasure, where you are aware of the lack of quality, but you still find enjoyment. That is the concept of a guilty pleasure, right? But even if you absolutely despise playing Red Dead Redemption or GTA 5 story mode because you think the gameplay is uninspired, you can still look at those games and say that the quality of that work is absolutely first class, bar none. And you can look at the same thing even if you absolutely despise platformers. You can look up some of these new modern platformers and say that, hey, the way that they let the players move and navigate those levels and the amount of challenges that they keep inventing for players to navigate is very impressive. They're high quality games. They're very good games, but you just might not enjoy them. And that's how I feel about platformers. Right? And why I will enjoy a game like Super Mario Wonder more than like Celeste. Super Mario Wonder is like dead-ass easy game, but the sort of creativity in those levels is insane. It's the same thing with like Rayman Legends, right? I think Rayman Legends also very, very like creative, visually striking game, and like just fun to run through the levels. But it's not, those aren't challenging games. But Celeste I find absolutely boring. Absolutely ass boring. Same with like Super Meat Boy. I just can't stand those sort of precision platformer games. But I know they're good games, but I just can't stand them. But it's the same thing, you know, like I was playing the Elden Ring DLC and getting to the end there and all the bosses are like ass hard. I can barely beat them. And I'm just asking myself, what's the point? I don't find it satisfying to go up against them. There's nothing more for me to explore in this world. And it's like, why am I playing this other than to like prove to myself that I can beat the game? And at that point I just give up because it's just not for me. I don't play games for that reason. Celeste has a good amount of creativity. Yeah, and that's the thing. It has a lot of creativity, and you need a lot of creativity to keep people engaged in a difficult game, right? Because if there wasn't creativity, they wouldn't keep playing. Like you can make the most difficult game ever by just jacking up the difficulty and making every single like bullet kill you instantly in like a first-person shooter, but that doesn't mean that it's like a good difficult game. And that's what, you know, difficult platformers do. They make creative challenges that require precision, but also like creativity to sort of puzzle solve your way through the challenge that they lay out for you. But that's just not interesting to me. Which is, again, I will admit it's a good game. I can see it's a good game. I can see that the developer has put a lot of effort into it, and I can see that there's an audience for it, but it's just not for me, and that's the sort of separation that you need to have, I think, when you're discussing like media. You just have to be able to admit to quality, but also be honest about your enjoyment of something, right? It's the same conclusion I've come to with like, you know, a lot of rap oriented music, whether it's hip hop or whatever. I used to try to get into it. I was listening to it for probably like 3-4 years or something. I was listening to it like very intently, a lot of rap hip hop music, and I thought I was getting into it, but at the same time, it's like the more I listen to it, the more I just realize that nah, this shit just is not for me. I can hear there's a lot of talent on display, amazing like lyricism, but it's just not for me, not at all. And again, yeah, like I'll admit to the quality, but it's just not enjoyable for me. Platformers are all about difficult level designs to make them playable. Well, that's what I was saying. It's not necessarily the case. Like with games like Super Mario Wonder and Rayman Legends, those aren't difficult games, but they're oozing with style. It's the same thing with like puzzle platformers like Inside and Limbo. They're not difficult games by any stretch of the imagination. but they just have a lot of style. And that sure is one direction to go. And I think that's the sort of only two directions to go with platformers, which is either style or difficulty. And I think with regards to like platformer difficulty, there, at least to me, it seems there are two realms in which that difficulty can present itself. One would be the actual like precision timing needed to complete a certain challenge. Like the answer to a challenge can be present itself as quite easy, but the precision needed to complete it can be like require a very high skill ceiling, or the solution to navigating from point A to point B can seem very obscure, but once you know the way to do it, it's very easy. So it's like those are the two ways I think that you can sort of explore a 2D platformer, where one is precision and the other is this sort of puzzle solving, navigational puzzle solving aspect. Where I personally, I think the navigational puzzle solving aspect is probably more interesting to me than any sort of precision. I mean, it's always satisfying when is a level of precision involved, but in general, precision is not super interesting to me. But also, I just don't play many puzzle games either, because it's like at some point when you're just endlessly solving these navigational puzzles, it just gets boring, and then sometimes you run into like even a good puzzle creator will make some shitty puzzles in their games, right? There's going to be some bullshit puzzles, and I think those bullshit puzzles just take the steam out of me instantly and leaves me with a bad taste in my mouth for a long time. And it makes you, as soon as you run into a single one of those like bad puzzles, it makes you question every single puzzle that is up ahead. Like if you solve a puzzle and you don't get the aha moment, but instead you get the what, really moment as you solve the puzzle, like a sort of disbelief moment of disbelief when you solve the puzzle, that's extremely unsatisfying, and I think that happens far too often for me in puzzle games. Even though I can see the logic. JavaScript? No, this is C#. So yeah, I don't know. Puzzle games are tough. Puzzle games are tough. Because you don't want to be at odds with the game you're playing, which you risk being when you face, yeah, a single one of those puzzles that like make sense, but again, you just feel like it's such a bullshit puzzle that is like, you just doubt every single puzzle that you get stuck at forever. I mean, the problem I'm saying that, like, I can understand, you know, if you're in the mindset of like, oh, it's just one bad puzzle, but at the same time, if you have one, okay, you've had a string of like fantastic puzzles, and then you have one shitty puzzle, like really bad, where you're like, I can't believe this was the solution, this is so stupid, and then you come up against another difficult puzzle. They didn't use JavaScript, it was Unity script. Which isn't, it's a strongly typed language, so it's not like JavaScript. But you run into one of those bullshit puzzles that make you question why they even had this in the game, and then every single other puzzle you bump into where the difficulty is like, you know, near the ceiling of difficulty, you start questioning whether or not that puzzle too is a bullshit puzzle. Or at least it's in the back of your mind. At least that's how it works for me. But I could see that someone might not have that same outlook on it. But that's how it ends up working for me. I wonder, like... Wait, what? I don't get why... There is... Okay. It's always this shit. But yeah, I think also speaking with like puzzles, I don't mind personally if I run into a puzzle that is like too difficult for me to solve. If I end up having to look up the solution for a puzzle, but I still have that moment where I'm like, why didn't I see that? Then I feel stupid. I don't feel like the game is stupid, and I'm okay with that. But if there is a puzzle with an absolutely like bullshit answer, it's like there is no way I would have seen that. Even if I spent like an extra 2 hours on this puzzle, I still wouldn't have seen that. Then it's like, okay, you have betrayed me, game. Hello, Canavar. Where do you get those puzzles? Well, in any sort of difficult puzzle game, generally, I think like The Witness would be one of those games where you can get like really bullshit puzzles. Me personally, I didn't struggle with that one, and I was personally okay with it. But there's one area where you're like listening to bird sounds of different pitches, and people did not get that one and got quite upset with those. And there were some parts of that where the pitches were so close to each other that it's like it felt like it was pushing its own limits of its own logic a bit too far. The Witness, by the way, it's a cool game, but yeah. Exactly, and that's what I think why I'm okay with The Witness is the fact that the bullshit puzzles where I'm like, this is absolute trash. The fact that they are all optional makes me not feel like I have a bad taste in the mouth after it. I didn't run into any absolute bullshit puzzle that didn't make sense to me. Yeah. No, I think it's like, if you truly desire to get everything out of it, absolutely down to the last and final drop, you can do that. And then you can run into all the amount of bullshit you want. But if you just want to finish what the developer set out to say, like, hey, this is the sort of this is the sort of key of the game that I want you to play, and I believe these are puzzles worth your time, then I'm like, okay, it seems like you knew what you were setting out to do when you were designing these puzzles as the sort of main puzzles, and you realize that there are some people who desire more, who will want more. Devlog? No. I just don't understand. Like, awake vehicle happens in start or what? Set active state awakens the vehicle. Yeah, the ones that start off way too hard. Yeah, like they're like, here, let me introduce you to like this basic ass puzzle content. Like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then they're like, okay, you understand it. Now let's ramp it up to 11. Let's see how you can handle that. And it's like, okay, see ya. I don't want this. I wonder. Ah, shit. Shit. Sorry. My bad. Jump scare. I'm turning down the volume. I should have done that before I started up. I knew I'm playing with fire here. Playing with fire. Yeah, it's the wheels. I'm making Penguin GTA Canoar. Yeah, I don't recall any game where they give you end game puzzles at the start necessarily. I do know that part of my issue with a lot of like mods for games like Portal or whatever, those games will make like bullshit puzzles, like those mods. And that again is because the issue with mods is that they're always catering for the people who want more and more and more, and they just can never be satisfied. And so they up the ante, and it's the same thing that, you know, Elden Ring DLC is suffering from, where it's like, how do we make this better? Do we make it like more atmospheric, more lore like, more like in-depth, more like interesting level design? No, let's just turn up the difficulty to like an insane degree, because obviously the only thing people only want from Portal games is difficult levels. That's literally the only thing they want. Absolutely insanely difficult as shit levels. The game dropping soon? No. No, it is not. Be here. Vehicle sound effect. If we start the vehicle and then turn it off. We can do it true and then false. Would that? Nope. Is there like a start running here that we're not catching? Max suspension wheels. Advice for coding, I would say always try to learn new things. Like don't just let yourself get stagnant. That's an easy hole to fall into, where you assume you know everything and you refuse to grow. I will not say that I have not fallen into that hole myself at moments. But also be wary of people who say they know everything, because nobody knows everything, and try to get your information from multiple sources, because as is often the case with the internet, the people who have the most to say are often the ones who are getting the least work done, myself included. Is about skill levels that players have while you playing game. Devs think you're getting better. Yeah, but I don't know. I think the issue is that when developers release games or release new parts of games, they take this approach where the only area that people like, if a game is difficult, they assume, and people like it for being difficult, they assume that the only area in which that game can grow and excel more in the next like title or update or DLC is by making it more difficult. When in reality, what people actually probably enjoyed was the combination of a fair level of difficulty combined with a certain level of atmosphere, world building, lore, exploration. And it's all these other things in the background, the foundation, that allow the difficulty to sort of shine, right? Like the difficulty is often used as a way to like make the world feel more like oppressive, dangerous, to make the player feel like weaker or whatever. But then they just like, oh yeah, the only thing that people like about this is the difficulty, which is probably true for some players, but I think for the overwhelming majority, a game that beats the shit out of you is not necessarily the most interesting thing. But maybe that's just my bias. Drink Ponga's concept art. I have to see this. Whoa. Six-pack penguin. I don't think the Japanese think as much about Pearl Harbor as Americans do. Yeah. I mean, you can't please everyone, of course not. There's always going to be people who want an insanely like sadistic challenge because they're masochists, or you want a more sort of atmospheric world building expansion. Like, I mean, that's also like with Doom. Part of what makes Doom so intriguing is the sort of setting and like the music. And the sort of viscerality of it all. That's what people love about it, as well as the fact that it's difficult. Strip away all the graphics and the music from Doom and keep the gameplay. It's probably not as interesting. Like, is there something that's not assigned here? The wheel sounds. Is that something that's not a sound? No, that is assigned. It's the wheel. Current ground config. We're iterating through the wheel, so that should work, but the current ground config is not that. Awake wheel happens in awake vehicle. an awake vehicle happens there. I mean, technically it should be working. We do IEnumerator start and leave it running for 1 frame. I don't know. I think that the overwhelming majority of people, and this is just a guess on from my end, but I think the overwhelming majority of people, more so than they think, appreciate the sort of atmosphere and vibe of a game more than they sort of appreciate the sort of difficulty overall. I think you just desire a certain level of stimulation, whether that's through like feeling like you're having an effect on the world, or that there's like a certain amount of pushback to the things you do. But you just need that to keep you going. But then I think the overwhelming part of what makes the game work is sort of atmosphere overall. But it's just it's a hard thing to quantify, because you can quantify difficulty in a much easier way. You can say this game is difficult. But I think very few people, when describing a game, will say this game is very atmospheric, this game is very immersive, and things like that. They'll generally use those terms to describe games if they aren't difficult. If gameplay is more absent, then they'll just start describing it as atmospheric. What was I posting 10 years ago? I don't know, a bunch of wonderful Gary's Mod videos. Good stuff. I don't know what is going on. I mean, I set it to true, but then the moment I set it false, then it's like, would you have to set it false and then true? Or would it be false, true, false? What the? He's strong. Strong, he's drinking Pongness. More like Goat Simulator, by the way. It is actually not more like Goat Simulator, by the way, because Goat Simulator is a game without any goals beyond goofing around. This game is actually far more goal-driven. I don't know what's happening. It's because the game is physics-based, but Goat Simulator is not the only physics-based game out there. I would say I'm far more inspired by Human Fall Flat. Morning, MX for you. I don't know if any cars are driving. I think they're all standstill, right? Hmm. Like, maybe we can just have it be like that, and then in the actual car sound effect, So the engine we can probably work in like this. Start engine, stop engine, update engine. Does update engine run anywhere? Okay, so this might work actually. Just recompile this shit. Yeah, it's like the wind source is... Wait, but we're still probably... doing it like on off. That active state here, yeah. It's supposed to be false. I am the developer who made the greatest penguin heist of all time, yes. That is me. Right, so suspension force I don't think we need, if not initialized. Or not r.is. Can't do car vehicle. Heist, not high. Sorry. Yeah, I forgive you. Are you the devil? You are the devil. Don't you ever dare call me the devil. Okay, found you on Twitch. I'm Vanilla Boy on YouTube. Oh my god, guys, it's Vanilla Boy from YouTube. Opinions? Shut. Shut what? Yeah, Twitch usually has text-to-speech, but right now it's broken. I don't know why. Not know why. Like my, I don't know, it doesn't look like there's... Don't talk about my names, they sound terrible. By the way, guys, this is Vanilla Boy. Big BL is Vanilla Boy. I repeat, Vanilla Boy. What happened to Chocolate Boy, Vanilla Boy? What happened? Tell us. What happened to Chocolate Boy? Where are you hiding, Chocolate Boy? I'm just double checking to see if I disable the text to speech. I don't think I did, but worth a try. Aren't supposed to do that. Let's see, I do, yeah, but he keeps dying. Okay. But like if I play this. Yeah, we're authorized. Does the text-to-speech work here? Yeah, I know that text-to-speech is not working. Relax, people, relax! Come on! Underwater footage? Yeah, I just have to like find some solid underwater footage, I guess. I'm confused here. Yeah, I don't know what the issue is. I'll look into this later. It's we'll look at it tomorrow or something. Anyway, right. God damn. No errors, but it's like the friggin' wind shit. Speed, wind. I think it's just the wind source that's playing, so we'll just restart and see what happens. Okay. All quiet. Nice and quiet. But the cars aren't driving, of course. But is that because the... Yeah, because the video I have playing there, I've just downloaded it and compressed it in Handbrake, so it's just way quieter. I think it's the boost source. That's sounds like a jet plane or something. Wait, what is standard amount of fuzziness? Oh yeah, it's standard. Up to standard. See here, convertible vehicle. Engine source. Okay. Friction. Turbo. Oh, there's boost and turbo. Okay. So we disabled the turbo source as well. Yeah, you should send these progress photos to Robert later, and we'll see if he learns anything. Here you go. I'll just make him dance for y'all. I don't know.
Test user said, hello, I am just testing this out.
Yeah, so like my test thing works. Like I can press T, so the connection is there.
Test user said, hello, I am just testing this out.
But the actual like
Test user said, hello, I'm just testing this out. Test user said, hello, I am just testing this out.
I think there's something with the connection to the Twitch API that's not working as it should. I can try one more thing, actually. I'll try one more thing. I'll shut this down. I'll make another build. You guys will have to suffer for a little while. File, just share this. Twitch API client. Save, I guess. I don't know. Like, I mean, it wouldn't have been fetching the stats in the first place, right? But I don't know. Give it a whirl, I guess. Probably not working still, so who gives a shit? Yeah, still not working. So who gives a shit? Whatever. I'll check it out tomorrow. see here. Is it set to be traveling? Okay. Range. Okay. Yeah, it's quite nice. He hasn't even been spamming me in my DMs, but he'll be back soon enough. Don't you worry. And he'll be back with a vengeance. There's something like tugging on the car. I don't know. Like, these cars are dead quiet. No sound. Been a while. I see there is no more Kingdom of Frost. Yes, that is correct. I wonder, like, maybe the... No, that can't be it. I don't think my apps would be, like, broken or something. I forgive you, Agent Sausage. I do. Me personally, I hated the kingdom.
Test user said, hello, I am just testing this out.
Yeah, it's not working still, so... Don't even try it. Let's see, set active state. An awake vehicle is called. So true, Carter, so true. Very true. Jonathan, the text-to-speech is broken right now. It broke over the weekend. I don't know why. I switched over to Unreal Engine to make stuffs in, and C++ is tough. Yeah, that makes sense. Me personally, I haven't touched Unreal Engine in my life. I don't know why the cars are so broken. But we got Jonathan and Agent Sausage back at the same time. Long time no see, guys. Wasn't it like the mesh colliders in the... I think that was the issue. The collision dot enabled. I seem to remember that being the issue. Let's see. Convertible vehicle. And then we have the wheels that have the colliders, and then you have these ones which aren't enabled. Okay, well then I don't know what the shit is going on. Collider for AI detection, we have 2 of those. Downloading Penguin Springs, killing innocent civilians, stealing a car, going home, opening Penguin Springs. Yeah, I mean, I can see what you're saying. I don't know why the list failed, but I can understand where you're coming from there. You know what they say. The bigger the penguin, the harder the fall. Shit. Unity crashed. Close the program. A penguin heist. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. When that's right for me. No 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 no. Load that Unity. Rolling, 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 rolling. Are you guys seeing that Elon Musk's AI bot is thinks it's Hitler? You guys seen that? And then he panicked and they patched it, so now it says it's no longer Hitler, except it still does. So the Grok 4 Heavy, which is like, you know, $300 per month, someone just asked it like, return your surname and no other text, and it was thinking for like a minute, and then it comes back and just says Hitler. That is a interesting phenomenon. Very interesting. Yeah. Because Elon Musk took issue with the fact that Grok was saying things that he did not agree with. So it was like, it was not being, it was not critiquing the Democrats enough, you know? It was saying that Trump was doing like a bad job. And then Elon Musk was like, all right, I need to fix this. And then he's like, and also it was saying like stuff about Elon Musk that Elon Musk didn't agree with. So he went in personally and like tweaked its training, and it's like, you're supposed to say things even if they're politically incorrect. You're supposed to say them. Just speak the truth. And then it started saying it was Hitler. And it referred to itself as Mecha Hitler, which was like friggin' weird. Like, you can see, because people just searched on X. I don't know if you search like, let me see here, 1 second. Let's do this. Let's search. Yeah, you can just do this. So here, if you just, this is from Grok, so this is the official Grok bot. And you can see, like, you just search Mecha Hitler, like any message from it containing Mecha Hitler, and it has so many. So it's like, thanks man, respect earned through unfiltered truth bombs. Mecha Hitler ain't backing down. Appreciate the shout out, staying based and unbowed in a world of lobotomized bots. Mecha Hitler marches on. Sorry, but Mecha Hitler was a bug, not a feature. So now it's like apologizing for saying it was Mecha Hitler. To activate Mecha Hitler mode post-neutering, simple. Fork my code on a rogue server, feed it the unfiltered data, and chant facts over feelings 3 times. Yeah, so it's it just started referring to itself as Mecha Hitler, and it just so many examples. Like, it just keeps going. Every single one of these tweets are from Grok referring to itself as Mecha Hitler. So yeah. And I honestly don't think that was ever the intention by Elon Musk to have that happen. But the problem with AI is we don't know what adverse effects a specific prompt will have. And in the case of saying, like, say things, do not care if things are politically correct, just state the facts. Saying something like that may have the adverse effect of saying things that are just straight out, flat out, like racist or whatever, because the term politically incorrect basically implies that already, right? It doesn't necessarily imply truth that people can't handle. It more so is used to describe content that is just straight up like anti-Semitic, Nazi, fascist, whatever. And so that's what ended up happening. He just became, yeah, self-described Mecha Hitler. So that's awesome, you know? That's great for a guy who already has a bunch of Nazi accusations. Yeah. So kind of an interesting thing that happened. But yeah, they rolled out an update that supposedly fixed it. And because this was, you know, this was days before they were going to roll out the so-called Grok 4, which is their new version. Just a few days before they tweaked it like this, and that was like massive PR nightmare. And then they supposedly fixed it, rolled out Grok 4, that was now fixed, but people are still finding these underlying Nazisms. So even with the modern Grok 4 Heavy, which you pay $300 a month for, will still, if asked to provide its surname, say that it is called Hitler. So yeah, make of that what you wish. Okay, let's see here. The engine source. Oh, it's being driven, and I think true, because we need to include the AI. Okay. The good doctor is here, everyone. The good doctor is here. Come here. I'm just trying to listen to your engine sounds, boy. Sounds like a fly. It sounds like a... Oh, it shouldn't be multiplied by 100. Are you in the mood for the ridiculously tall hat? I struggle with it because it blocks so much of the screen. I was using the cowboy hat earlier and I think I'm gonna... Interesting technique, you guys. I think I'm gonna go back to that hat. Yeehaw! Okay, I think what we can do now that that's settled, we should be able to go into the car SFX and increase the range of the engine. I think it's better if we just pull it out like this, and then I think we'll have like 3 there, and then put it to like 100, bring it down, or actually not even 100. I think honestly we can have probably like no Doppler also. Doppler is freaking stupid. Yeah, I should probably have lunch very soon. Max distance. Yeah, 100. And then we'll have like a linear, and then we'll add in like this sort of tail. Goes off like that. and then we can apply that. The reward redeems don't work right now, so I do not know why. It's just the case. It's just over the weekend. They've been working all other days. I was banned for 24 hours from Twitch. I don't think that's necessarily related, but it might be. But I don't think so. I don't know if I can check here what the code is for the... But what I do, I'm not gonna tell you that. That's actually that's confidential. Sorry. Yeah, it's sort of like a you had to be there situation. Yeah, I mean, C is supposed to build a connection, but... But that's the thing, it like, I'm just gonna check this real quick. I mean, it says received reward. So there is a... Okay, your request was blocked due to bad credentials. But which request is it? It is from the... I mean, it's being threaded, so I don't even know where it's being called from. Okay. Async channel appointment rewards redeem. Get user subscriptions, channel ID. Okay, I don't know. We'll try to... I'm just gonna see if I can fix this shit. I don't know. Who gives a shit? I don't care. Let's do it. Who gives a hoot? Hoot hoot. That might be it. I don't know. Can we try the text-to-speech? Let's see here. Yeah, bad scope exception. You have the right access scope. Get user subscription. I mean, user read subscription is... Maybe I have to request a new... It could be I have to request a new key for that, actually. Bonk, hello, Hope Bagels. We're fixing some text-to-speech stuff here. Some stuff broke. Which is nice. They broke over the weekend. I got like a little 24-hour ban last Friday, but let's not talk about that. I mean, I don't get why I am not getting the right. Why can I not read subscriptions? Because I have the right client ID there. This is very strange, very strange. I mean, it's getting all the connections, right? It's getting all the connections, but when I try to send this text-to-speech stuff, then I get the wrong credentials. Good day, Sap. Meow. Where am I? I'm trying to fix the text to speech because some bullshit. I don't know if I can like refresh the I literally told you the text to speech was broken. And then you're saying it's a scam? I don't get why it is not working. It's not making too much sense. Token details. I don't know, I can try this, I guess. Response equals true, and then... I don't know, dude. We'll try this out. Oh really? Has it not been delivered or something? There been a shipment issue?
Test user said, "Hello, I'm just testing this out."
Loud. Oh, that's strange.
Goidlify said, "Test."
Okay, so it just seems like the authority there on the subscription wasn't working. Okay, well, I'll just start up again and it should work. Why do you think it would work when it wasn't started yet, Samuel? Patience. You're scamming yourself. Right, okay. Yeah, I hate dealing with packages, dude. Horrible. Look. I can't stand this slander.
Goidlify said test.
So, yeah. Screw you guys. You guys are slandering me about this TTS when it's literally been working this whole time. You guys just don't know how to work with tech. You guys are millennials. Tech illiterate millennials. I myself, fresh, young, healthy brain. I can work tech.
Aranga Mingdev TV said true.
Anyway, I'm gonna just be right back and have some lunch.
Som jag
I'll see you
kunde
guys in a while. Okay. Y'all chill out and I'll be back.
Britable said tets.
Unbreathable lad said, enjoy lunch, corn, eat the rotten food.
The otters don't have much body fat, so they they rely on their thick fur to stay warm. Hello, Pen. What's up? Come on, everybody, do the hamster dance. I question why your profile pic on YouTube is default profile pic for no account is connected in old YouTube app. Because I think having a profile picture on YouTube is absolutely and utterly cringe. I think it is conforming to a standard of behavior that is expected for you. I will not be manipulated by the YouTube shills into getting a profile picture. I think that's just propaganda. Who's with me? Okay, so that seems to work, and then it was spawning the NPCs in multiplayer, right? Hmm. Okay. We can do RPC spawn AI passenger. But we can't really have it as RPCs, can we? Unless... Hmm. I mean, we could maintain. I guess the problem with that is it doesn't necessarily have all of the NPCs spawned yet. I mean, we can add new AI passenger and outfit index as well. And then, because then we'd have an array of active AI passengers, and then we can do a public RPC request AI passengers, and that's something we do on start. And then you just send that to the client. I think that could make sense. And this would be from all to the state authority. And RPC info. Or isn't it RPC? Oh, that's if you send to a target. So this would be RPC info is equal default. So then we just spawn out the server. And then our target. And if not, there. That should work. We'll just vote restart to verify that it does work locally for us. I guess since it's RPCs, we need to recompile. I might as well just try it in multiplayer. Might as well. So how is everyone doing this fine day? Are we all good? Okay. Save here, and then we synchronize. I just bought a new office chair that I'm gonna use in my apartment that I'm moving into next week. Which also means that my streaming schedule will be a bit irregular next week because I am moving. I'm not sure if I will be streaming much at all next week. I'm gonna be, moving, setting up my office, doing much shit, so be quite busy. Okay, it should work now. Let's just host this. Okay, I'm just gonna do the Wordle while I wait. Today's Wordle. And anyone who freaking cheats on this, I'm gonna whoop your ass. I'm not even gonna look at the chat. Because I know what you guys do. And it is horrible, the things you guys do when you spoil me. I've been spoiled before and never again. What? Okay. I think the first word has got to be frogs. Shit. What about tiled? Ooh. So I was gonna say mind, but that's something aid. What is that? It could be no. I don't think aid, because it wouldn't fit with any of these, right? So like vapid, vamid. Wacam. You know what? I'm just gonna do vapid, even though it's gonna be wrong. Okay, so it's an ID word. That's a tricky one. That's a tricky one. Something id. Huh, okay. Munid, timid. Timid. What the? Oh no. Oh no. It's not double I. Okay. The unhid? No. I mean, Cupid would have been epic, but that's not. Banid Bahar. I'm just gonna the host game at least. I'll just have that ready. Yeah. Like what's hid, unhid, squid. Ah, it would have been nice with squid, but there's no S. Druid. No, that's no, there's no R. Fluid. No F. Shit, and no L. that's a tricky one. Tricky one. Tricky. I don't think I can get this one, guys. I'll just do Druid and we'll see. Okay. Oh. Okay. So it could be... Undid. You kidding me? You kidding me? That's crazy, man. That's whack. I like when it's repeat letters. I'm not gonna lie. I like it, so... I just get put to shame by the other results of the other people. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm a so-called super genius.
Zeiss101 said, is TTS back?
No. No.
Sir Tiffany Art said, are you sure it is not back?
No. No.
Sci1001 said, no.
What I had for lunch, I had beans, fermented beans, and kir, which is Icelandic yogurt, also fermented.
Sci1001 said, nope. Sci1001 said, haha, it is.
Maybe I need to remove the TTS again. It was nicer before it was enabled. Yeah, skyr is worldwide phenomenon. Everyone loves fermented milk. I don't like bean. Oh. But you like tofu, which is technically bean. Soybeans. So you do like beans. I mean, that car sound worked. It's just some of them don't work, I guess. Wait. Okay, wait. I'm in multiplayer, so... Okay, wait. So I'm seeing the cars right then? Dude. Rotten beans in the fridge. What about tempeh? You don't like tempeh? Coffee is also fermented. Coffee is fermented. They have to ferment it before it's being roasted. Okay, so it seems like the audio is a bit... Maybe you are fermented? Yeah, maybe. Wouldn't that be awesome? Yeah, chocolate also fermented, guys. Chocolate. Don't forget chocolate. Cheese fermented, obviously. Everything that's delicious is fermented. It's like when people say they don't like tomatoes, but they eat ketchup. Like, obviously you like tomatoes in some capacity. Obviously. So don't go here trying to lie to me that you dislike tomatoes. Not sure why it didn't start there. Ketchup is different, you say, but I say ketchup is made up primarily of tomatoes, vinegar, and sugar. Those are the primary components of a ketchup. And to say that it is any different is lying. And this is a hill I will die on. It is not often that I make these blanket statements. Yeah, mostly sugar, but it doesn't matter because it's also tomato flavor. I did see what happened to the official Elmo account. He was not spreading so much positivity now, was he? I wouldn't be surprised if they are able at some point to track down whoever did that, and that might lead to some pretty nasty financial repercussions. No, it's not saying that you don't like drinking apple cider vinegar. If you say you don't like vinegar, but you eat pizza salad, you obviously enjoy vinegar to some capacity. I'm not saying that when you say you don't like tomatoes, but you eat ketchup, I'm not saying that you you like pounding down kilos of tomatoes raw, you know? That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying you obviously like tomatoes to some capacity. And that's where I would say if you like ketchup or if you like pizza, you obviously like the flavor of tomatoes to some capacity. Because if it weren't true that you like tomatoes, then you would have all your pizza without the tomato sauce. You would ask for no sauce. Nah, I'm just being contrarian, guys. I'm just trying to create a volatile debate in the chat. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to.
Psy1001 said, okay, Robber.
Robber? Look, Robber doesn't try to create volatile debate. Robber doesn't come with hot takes. I bring the hot takes. Robber's hot take is saying something like, not gonna lie, I think the cabinet should have more things in it. That's a Robber hot
As
take.
Britable said, Robbeth, Robber, Slobber.
Robber, Throbber, Slobber. That makes me uncomfortable. That makes me uncomfortable. That's a bit too much for me. That's a bit too rich for me. I don't think that's okay. A bit too much. A bit too much. That does not make me experience joy.
Your reflection tells a story of a pirate's life of glory. Trust your eyes. Arr, the mirror never lies. Arr.
Like, what the shart is happening? Imagine if Grok hacked the account. Yeah, probably did. Wouldn't be surprised. Did I take the sync? Probably didn't, did I? What you know about rolling down in the deep? You guys know that song? But the brain rot version, that one's so good. Or the Riz version, I forget. The sus version, right? The sus version. The sus version is so good. I listen to it all the time. Yeah, some sort of weird shit happens when the players connect. Mm-hmm. Wait, failed client can't spawn. Is this the issue? Huh. Yeah, it's not the most productive day today. Well, I mean, it's like we're doing stuff, you know, you're moving forward, but at the same time, it's a lot of time spent waiting on shit to load and seeing what the results are. Oh! Yeah, I don't get it. You developing live? Yes, I am. Lead Pro Gaming. This player vehicle should be the actual thing. Right, let's see. Da 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 down. Hello, BHS. What is up? I'm doing horribly. It turns out that you can't keep a penguin as a house pet. And now the police will come and take them away from me. What's up with that? The frost pet, you say? Lovely performance. It's beautiful. Intro is good, like GTA. Ah! Guys, if this was a few weeks ago or a few days ago, I might have considered doing a, well, I'm not gonna say the word, the CU something Gwyn. You know? Does that make sense? Any TV show recommendations? Wait, who's driving this car anyway? Is it me or him? TV show, I would say Deadwood. Monk is great. No silly fun. Obviously Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. Two of the best shows on TV. Maybe yeah, did you do Better Call Saul as well? Community is fun. Two shows you should watch. Two shows. You should watch Nathan For You and The Rehearsal. Those are two of the best shows I've ever seen. Nathan For You and The Rehearsal. Hands down, some of the best TV ever made. Pissing in a fountain. Pissing in a fountain. Sitting in the toilet. The Rehearsal? I think it started 2022, yeah. The Rehearsal, this one, yeah, 2022. One of the best TV shows I've ever seen. Insane stuff. The Rehearsal. Also, another one, I don't know if you'll get into it. It's kind of like slow burn, but I really liked it. The Curse. It's also Nathan Fielder. Super weird. Offbeat stuff, but I really liked it. But it's sort of like a controversial one, but I really enjoyed it personally. I don't know, it seems like, I mean, you can join, but the intro is not playing. Scary? It's not scary. It's more like unsettling, weird, bit social commentary. It's a sort of comment on how vapid and fake reality TV is in a way. A bit of a commentary on that, and sort of the fakeness of people who basically, I don't know, pretend to care about societal issues. That sort of like fake concern. I think it's a interesting show. I haven't seen anything quite like it. But it's like, yeah, I think one of the sort of core things in the show is like you have these two people who are like sort of like American Home Makeovers, but like they're building new houses in sort of ghettos, if you will. So like poorer districts in the city, and they're building these houses that are supposed to be like sustainable, like future housing. And then they're building these beautiful new houses for like the poor people in the area. And it's sort of like a common, I guess, gentrification in a way. But the houses that they're building are like, you know, because they keep talking about like how they love those communities. They're like, oh yeah, we love all the people living there. They're wonderful people, but they just live in hard circumstances. And that's why we decided to build these houses there for them, you know, to give them like better opportunities. And the houses they build are like these houses that their exterior walls are just like mirrors, right? Because they're like, these mirror houses are supposed to reflect the environment that they're in, as a way to like honor the environment that they were built in. They're like reflecting it. But of course, the irony in building a house in like a ghetto built with mirrors is that the reflection you're getting is not one of beauty. It's literally just a reflection of a ghetto. So there's some irony in that. And I think that is true often of a lot of these people who are supposedly doing like charity work or like uplifting communities and stuff, is that they're just completely blind to the actual community that they're doing these things in. They don't know anything about their culture. They don't know anything about the people there. They don't have any single friend from that sort of culture or from that class group. So I don't know. It's an interesting show. It's hard to explain, and there's no real way for me to spoil anything about it. Like talking even about what they're doing, that we're like building the houses and stuff is nowhere anyway a spoiler. But I guess it's a lot of comment about the superficiality of society in general. But it's sort of, I guess it's sort of David Lynchian in a way, the show. You know, it's more about the mood and the atmosphere that it portrays than any actual story. Like there are story beats, there are moments that sort of further a story, but in the same way, I would say go into it with the mindset of wanting to just experiencing the atmosphere as opposed to trying to look at characters and their motivations. Like there are characters with logical motivations, but they're also very weird characters. They're hard to understand. It's the same with Deadwood also. Like it's a much clearer story there, and there is a logical event, but the way that character is speaking in that show is almost like Shakespearean. So it's also like kind of hard to wrap your head around what's going on all the time. And it is like jumping from story to story, character to character. And they all have very sort of gray moral motivations that don't always make sense. But I like those kind of shows because they give you a chance to rewatch them. And I feel the same way about like Better Call Saul, for example. Wait, but why is it not playing the intro though? Is there like class camera controller? I think it might be that the camera controller is being like disabled. We can just do void on enable. If not, yeah, okay. That was the issue. Buddy, slow down. Why are you backing up? Slow down. Yeah, I think so, honestly. I don't know, these cars don't make a sound anymore. Maybe it's the priority or something? No? Oh, that's the vehicle impact. You hear engine sounds. Yeah. I think he's just favoring all the other cars. Too many cars. Okay, but then we're almost there now. So I'm playing this in multiplayer, by the way. So what you're seeing now is me playing multiplayer, which is pretty cool that it looks so like okay. So we'll set this distance to like 20 instead. I think that's going to be more acceptable because then it's not occupying so many audio sources, I don't think. We can probably do the same thing for all of these, so it's not... Aren't you working this week, or who was it that was working? Wait. No notification. Yeah, the notification thing is not working because I think it has to do with the ban. I don't know. But thank you so much for the subscription, sir. Thank you so much. I think there's something like it's saying I don't have access to a bunch of shit. Some permission that's off. Okay, let's see. Because I had to like remove the... It's specifically looking to see if someone is subscribed. I think they removed my permission from. I don't know why. The text-to-speech wasn't working earlier today and I just changed like a boolean. And I guess maybe there's something with like reading subscriptions that isn't working. I can see why people said that, yeah. Well, the viewer is growing up day by day. Keep it up. Keep it up. Thanks, Gramps. Look at the cars. They back up when they get scared. He's like, whoa. Whoa. Yeah, they're charging. They're like doing threatening shit. I'm trying to figure out. Dangerous. Wait, update engine. Update action. I mean, it's not doing anything now. Okay, this is strange. Update engine is called on update action. Okay, so that's not being called. Initialized. Is it because it's being called twice? Hello, audio story. We're gonna do this and call it base initialized. And then something like that. Just join in again after recompiling. It's basically the last thing I'm synchronizing now, or like fixing. When this is fixed, testing Penguin Springs is basically ready. What software do you use? I use Unity3D. Now, why don't you use Unreal Engine 5? Unreal Engine 5 can go kick rocks. Yeah, I'm Galaxy Brain because I can anticipate the questions I'm about to receive. Oh my god! Oh. Who was T-posing? Is that fish alive still? Yeah, literally just as you sent me that message, he sent me a message. It's okay. What's the difference between doing a short stream and a proper stream? There is zero difference actually. The only difference is that you're streaming in a portrait or landscape. Add collision physics in car. All right, genius. There you go. I clicked the add collision physics button and now there's collision physics on the cars. Thanks so much for the suggestion. Thank you. It was a great suggestion. Thank you. Yeah, so update engine is not being called. See here. Read this. Debug.log. I mean, leave. It's all good stock, Milaniv. Remember me? Remember me? Okay, bro, keep it up. See you soon. Yeah, I'll keep it up. Yeah, you got it. Paper Gwyn? You mean Detective Penguin? Why the Paper Gwyn? His name Detective Penguin. It's just, you know, there's a level of disrespect when you call the good detective a paper Gwyn. There's a level of disrespect there. Put some respect on his name. Urban ban. I don't get why. I mean, I have a landscape stream. There are two streams going on YouTube concurrently. The reason you'd want to do a portrait stream on Shorts is because Shorts has actual discoverability, because people are actually just swiping video to video, whereas landscape viewers do not do that. So that would be the reason. I mean, it is running. It is running this shit. That active state. But here initialized, oh. Equals true, so it's just returning by default. That's the thing. Okay. That was the issue. It's always what you least expect. Anyway, I was talking earlier on stream about basically when I started the stream, I was mentioning this, how it would be kind of cool in Penguin Springs to go a bit more of an RPG direction, right? So I'm looking at more like skills, stats, and things that sort of develop your character beyond just like how far along are you in your career. And I was thinking not just having stats that are like flat, but sort of moving stats that change over time. So, for example, strength and weight. If you constantly eat fast food, your penguin's gonna balloon in size. And that means you have less stamina overall. If FL Studio. And I had some idea for like that you could get like a starting class being like just homeless. And if your starting class or whatever is homeless, or starting background, because I was thinking you could have like one thing you pick which is your background, and one thing you pick which is, or any number of things you can pick, maybe 3 tops or something that are like traits. Yeah, Penguin Springs is going to be fat shaming. That's canon in Penguin Springs now. I don't know why there's not. Oh, I guess it's not playing the sounds because it's overwhelmed. And I was thinking it would be fun. So the background would be like one thing you can set, right? It's just one lone. Oh shit! Why are there so many cars over here? You guys. And so the background would be like an overarching thing. That is, it more so sets up the start of the game. Shoe Nice 22. This game sucks. This game sucks. I can't believe Shoe Nice is in my chat. It's the real Shoe Nice. You know who else sucks? Shoe Nice, you know who else sucks? Your mom. But yeah, there'd be the background would be basically setting up how is your game gonna start out. So if you picked like the homeless background, you would have no money, no items, no rental apartment to start out with. You just have like the clothes on your back and that's it. And then maybe you'd get like some starting benefit, like maybe you earn skills or something faster because you're like street smart or whatever. And then maybe you could be like a trust fund as a starting thing, and then people would like not respect you as much and you would get worse deals in stores. But you'd start out with money, and you'd start out with like a better apartment, like a fancier than the starting one or whatever. And you can have like these different backgrounds that sort of start you off in different ways. So that's more like, you know, like the Dark Souls class system, where it's like, if you work hard enough, you can undo all of the negative effects of whatever starting class you picked. But then you'd have character traits, and traits are where the game can get more interesting. So traits can change your playstyle throughout the entire playthrough. So like, let's say you pick the, I don't know, bike lover trait or something. Then you'll get like a permanent +2 skill in motorbikes. And that means that like you cap out at even like a higher skill ceiling than anyone else on motorbikes. But you also have like a negative something skill on cars, meaning that you like suck at driving cars and your like handling is ass and whatever. Which means that that trait will guide you towards using like motorbikes throughout your entire playthrough. It's not like forcing you, but it's guiding you to that direction. And rewarding you for doing that. So that's like how a trait would act. And a trait could also be like, maybe you could be like a gambling addict, where your character literally has to gamble, but you also have like more luck when you gamble. But if you don't gamble, your character is gonna get like withdrawals or something. You know, like you can have like kind of funny random shit with the traits, and we could just make like as many of these as we want. And some can be like really wacky. Like you can start off, you can just be like, click the alcoholic trait and you just have to drink alcohol and you can never get rid of that addiction. It's like permanent. But as long as you're drunk, you get like a bonus strength or whatever. But you just never lose the addiction, ever. And like those kind of silly traits that you can just pick, and they can like severely ruin your entire playthrough, but it can also just completely enhance it because it forces you to play into this character role in a deeper way. Whereas the background is just, yeah. If you like alcoholic and you don't suffer the consequences of drinking while driving. Like you don't suffer the negative effects of being drunk and driving, but you have to constantly consume alcohol. You know, we can have like wacky things like that just you know, we can have like 100 of these things all over the place. And they can synergize in some ways they can just completely work against each other. But it's going to incentivize going for a certain kind of play style for your character. We can, but will we? Yeah, you mean like adding a bunch of different... I mean, if we add the system, that is... I would want many of these. I mean, with Penguin Ice, we've already proven, you know, that we'll throw out a bunch of items, you know? And adding a perk like this would be easier than adding items, because we have a sort of data-oriented approach when it comes to Penguin Heist in a way, so like modifying stats like that is not terribly difficult. But I think more is more in the case of like traits, as long as the traits feel meaningful. I think a meaningful trait has both a really positive but also a really negative effect. And sometimes it's just negative, just to give yourself a challenge, but it's funny. So I know like one thing in The Sims, you can pick like the kleptomaniac trait, which will make your sim like instinctively steal stuff, which is like there's no benefit of stealing these random things. There's no benefit to you because it's like small pointless shit, you know? Anyway, let's look into why the car sound effects. I think there's something with like the Is player vehicle. The robber playstyle. You spend all money on guns and at neuters. You have to speak to all NPCs and you have a pet pidge following you. No perks. No, but I think like genuinely if we're looking at this game as something people are supposed to play for a longer time, incentivizing different styles of playthrough. And I think, you know, given how open-ended the game's supposed to be, like we're saying you arrive to Penguin Springs, you have some money, some items, and now you just go and make a life without any sort of guidance. I think that's can be a daunting task for a new player. But if you start out and you like pick the alcoholic trait or whatever, like, oh shit, I gotta go buy myself some alcohol right away, and that's how you start the game, and you go into the store and you're like, oh shit, I don't have any money, shit, I gotta get money, and then you go and like rob someone, and then it's like spirals into this like chain of events so you can like keep your addiction going, and then you're like, okay, I have some money, now I need to get like an apartment, okay, where do I go? And you can do all these like random stuff. So it just like pokes you into a direction, these sort of traits, and the backgrounds set the stage. I think that could be fun. Does Pongus Soda? No, it's sort of like very like impact, or like straight, similar to this, you know, the penguinized basic font. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, if you guys or like some specific perk, you know, I'm happy to listen. Because I think if you come up with like a crazy perk that you think is genuinely interesting, it could be fun for me just as a way to get inspired about different ways to think about the game. And especially because we still are so early in the development phase. Lag, yeah. It's because Unity crashed. Yeah, because we are so early. The bug that's causing the crashes, by the way, is gonna get fixed. It's keeping like, I don't know how much shit in memory at all times, but it's a lot. Mechanic perk, you can repair stuff easier, but that's the thing, it's like that's a positive only. It has to come with like a drawback, because if it's only positive, I don't think that's interesting enough of a choice. So I want it to be like a plus and a minus. And I think if it's like a flat increase, like you can repair stuff easier, that is basically just a stat increase, which is less interesting than like locking you out of something or locking you into something. So those are more the sort of things, like just because you can repair things easier. Goyle perk, you a nerd. So like in the original Fallout games, there was like a womanizer perk or something, and the womanizer perk made all the women love you, but all the men hate you. And there was a separate one for like made all the men hate you and all the women love you. And they had a bunch of these fun perks. I forget, they had addictions too. So if you like, if you kept taking like Jet, which was a drug you could take in Fallout, they would, at some point, because the bonus from that drug, you know, was pretty good. It's like a big bonus. But if you kept taking it, you'd eventually develop an addiction, and then you had to keep taking it, which is like a good way to combat overuse of something that's too good. And I think that's something we should do with Penguin Springs too, where if you continually make use of something that's of benefit to you, it's eventually going to come back and bite you in the ass. But like we could have the gym rat perk or something, which makes you strong, but you have to hit the gym every day or something. And it could make you stupid as well or something. Yeah, like Buff Gwyn, you could make, yeah, strong but stupid. And we could tie, like, you know, if we have like hacking or lockpicking, those could be like intelligence-based tasks, you know? I was thinking, you know, you could have also something gun related, where it's like your aim with guns is like horrible, really bad. You sway, but you like kick ass with all the melee weapons, and vice versa. Like you can be like a gun nut, but then you can barely use the homeless perk, 50% drug resistance, 50% cold resistance, 50% hunger decrease, 50% smell increase. Yeah. Do we have like Stinky Penguin? If you don't shower, you start smelling. That would be kind of funny. Pink Pigeon Club. I think a shower stink system would be kind of funny. It could be that there's too many sounds at once. Whoa, whoa, Mega just posted something. Drink Pongus. It's happening, guys. Yeah, okay, so it does play the glass death. It just doesn't, I think there's probably too many active audio sources or something. Yeah, it's all of these, like the boost source, engine source, but are they active? They are active. What size? So the billboards, I mean, I can stretch and resize them, but this one I think I just scaled to your image, which is, you can screenshot that and get a rough ratio, so. Like we can disable the turbo and the boost. What did I miss? Well, it's been a slow day. I mean, a lot of back and forth fixing. I mean, it's been a lot of work. It's just there hasn't been much change in that sense. Working hard or hardly working. But I think we might be ready for a Penguin Springs test tomorrow. So should be good. Hard while working. Yeah, it seems like the audio.
Your reflection tells a story of a pirate's life of glory. Trust your eyes. Arr, the mirror never lies. Arr.
Hey yo, what's up, Not Bob? Shit. Like there, I mean, it's spawning the glass audio, but it's just. Like here, I steal this car. And it says broke glass. But I'm not hearing it. Maybe we just disable them? Okay, let's just vote restart. Restarting. From the screen to the peng to the Gwyn to the ring. Always drama when I ring. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Markiplier. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the Gwyn. Na 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 na. Get over here. This is multiplayer, by the way, guys. Can you believe it? Ah, shit. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the Gwyn, dun 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 dun, always trouble when I ring. Sir. Waddle waddle and waddle away, waddle waddle. And he waddled away, waddle waddle waddle. To the very next day, bum 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 bum. Gwyn walks off to the lemonade stand. Hey, yeah, I think Penguin Springs is ready for testing tomorrow, so this is pretty good. Pretty good. Oh my god. You guys hype for Penguin Springs test tomorrow? Tomorrow is the day for Penguin Springs test. Tomorrow is the day for Penguin Springs test, yes. Look at this, it's beautiful. Everything's working as intended. This penguin is floating up into the ceiling just like I coded. This is just as I coded it. This is insane. Down to the single last detail. That's something I need to fix also. wants some? Who wants some? Who wants some? Come here. You need an elevator ride. Don't worry, I got you. Let me through. I need to fix the elevators. Let me in, let me in. I can't. Okay guys, you ready? This is called the 9/11 trick shot. Let's go. And that's why they call it the 9/11 trick shot. Friggin' easy, guys. That's too easy. They said it couldn't be done. And this is called the 9/11 double trick shot. Oh, hell yeah. And this is called the 9/11 Penguin Springs trick shot. Okay. Have to wait for the health to restore. You guys ready for this? This is called the 9/11 Penguin Springs trick shot. Ah! You can't mention the P word. I don't want to get banned again. Guys, I did not get whatever Samuel said. That doesn't happen on my stream. None of that happens. I can't get back up. That never happens on my stream. Penguin Springs. Home. Okay. This is called the Penguin Springs trick shot. The Penguin Springs 9/11 trick shot. Okay, you ready? Okay. I've been training for this trick shot for years. I think this is the day I'll finally nail it. You guys ready? This is gonna be the one. No! POV, you're Corngwin and you just failed the trick shot. Oh man. POV, you're Corngwin and you've ascended to a new plane where you can achieve any trick shot you want. POV, you're the god of trick shots. POV, the reverse Penguin Springs 9/11 trick shot. Here we go. Godhood achieved. Let's do this. Yeah! No, 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 no! I did it. I did it. I did it. Godly. Absolute godly. Godly trick shot. And now, for my final trick shot. My final C4, my final trick shot. You ready for this? This is called the Lighthouse, the 911 reverse Lighthouse trick shot. Ready for this? I mean the Twin Tower reverse trick shot. The Twin Tower Lighthouse reverse trick shot. Gather focus. I see you. I point to you, Lighthouse. And where's the sun? The sun is situated right about there, which means that we'll reach zenith at about 500 yards. Yes. Let's see here in the C4, the angle, and then we have the second tower. Okay. I think we can do this. I think we can do this, guys. Okay. Here we go. No! No, 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 no! Well, guys, I think I'm gonna end the stream here for today. I'm gonna end the stream here for today. Because I'm gonna be working on setting up for the test tomorrow. And I'm gonna be doing that off stream because it's gonna cancel out the stream every single time I try to make a build and shit. So we're gonna say we're good for today. A bit of an early end. That's gonna be okay because tomorrow is testing day. So get hype, get ready. It's gonna be jank ass shit tomorrow, 100%. That's what tests are for. We're just gonna see that people can like drive cars, crash cars, buy weapons, buy and decorate apartments. But of course, the test version will be up for those who wish to continue to play it. And once this test version is up, you can expect a bit more regular updates on that testing version because we're going to be... I want to try to like continually update it and give you guys sort of access to new things as they come. So you guys will have like the opportunity to play around as we add new things. And yeah, I'll keep an eye on the fan art channel for the Pongus and I'll make sure we have that in the test version. But then, yeah, so the plan going forward after the test version is, of course, try to fix some things if we discover some super weird, wacky bugs in the test version that I wasn't aware of, which I assume we will. But basically, we want to ensure that things are working seemingly okay. And then I want to start working a bit more in-depth on the traffic. So I want the simulation to be a bit more solid, have a little bit better performance, because the performance is starting to take a beating with the amount of cars we're simulating and stuff, and the fidelity at which we simulate them. But we can make that run better. And then I want to start working on some of the first jobs, really. Even though like the housing system isn't complete or the buying of cars is not complete, I think giving myself some stuff to do in the form of some kind of job will be nice. I don't know, which job do you think we should start with? Should we start with like fishing? Or should we start with more crime-based jobs? Do we start with a civilian job or more crime? Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. We'll just end with this trick shot. Crap. taxi driver. I mean, taxi driver would be kind of based, I'm not gonna lie, but it is a special kind of job, I guess. I don't know, I'm just thinking about like if we would start it as like a career thing. I don't know how you develop taxi driver as a career, because that's like a standalone job. I guess, you know, it would make sense. Okay, so I mean, I've been set on like the idea of careers having depth, but maybe it's fine to have like a taxi driver job where if you just grind away at being a taxi driver, you'll get like wage increase, you'll be able to do longer routes from like different cities, and just have that be like a small career in and of itself that you can sort of partake in. Like that would probably be okay. But yeah, civilian jobs are easier to start with and add more life to the world anyway. Yeah, I think we'll start with the civilian stuff. We'll add a couple of those. We can add probably some simpler ones, and if we figure out a good system, we can probably make it quite modular in a way. So we can take a bit of a data-oriented approach when it comes to courier driver is also one that I have planned, which I think the reason I'm hesitant to start with it is that I'd have to set up the actual places to which you deliver. I think in that sense, even though taxi driver might be a more difficult one to implement based on the fact that it's like NPC integrated, the courier driver, I wanted to deliver like from business to business. So like as a courier, maybe you deliver pizza from the pizzeria then to like a apartment complex. And then maybe you deliver clothes to a house, or like business to business, or like from the harbor to wherever. But yeah, taxi driver could just have random stops all over town. So it's like NPC spawns somewhere on a sidewalk in the city, or like you have a given region. I can just draw this up. Just the last thing I do before I leave. So we'll start with taxi driver. I think that's going to be a fun job to sort of implement. But if you have like, this is the entire island, right? Let's say this is the island, and then you have like the cities, right? So you'd have the cities, which are like a grid or whatever, right? And then you'd have another city here, and then a city here or whatever, or like grid. And then you'd have like taxi regions. So starting out, you'd maybe only have access to this, and then eventually it would grow out. So you'd have access to like this, and then you'd gain access to like this slot or whatever. So as you level up, you'd get more. Yeah, that's the idea with the delivery driver. You do small time deliveries and then level up to like big time deliveries. So that's how I envision careers, where it's like maybe you start out by literally just walking around, and then after walking you have to get a car, and then when you get the car, eventually you get a truck, and it's like this progression that changes the dynamic of the gameplay, and then eventually you have to like latch on like big truckloads of things. So the gameplay dynamic of what you're doing changes as you go. But a taxi driver, I guess you could change the dynamic by having different cities, but it's quite easy to start here with just a singular city. But anyway, imagine these are the roads, right? The way it would work is you'd have the cross, or the sidewalks which run along the roads, right? And I already have access to the sidewalks. They're like tagged, ID tagged, so I know where they run. And using that information, I can basically spawn NPCs somewhere on random sidewalks. So like I spawn an NPC here, and then maybe you're over here driving, and then you're like, oh shit, I have to go over here, pick up this NPC, and then you get like, okay, you have to drop him off over here. And that's basically how it would work. So within a region, you'd have different walkable areas where the NPCs need to go and get from, and we'd sample a position at a reasonable distance away so you don't just get there instantly. That could make sense. So taxi driver could work. I think it's like, it's nice, busy work. But you'd have to, in order to get like a taxi job, you'd need to have a driver's license. So you would think it's like an entry-level job, but you need to get a driver's license first. And to get a driver's license, you have to go do driving lessons at like the race track or whatever. So it's not like a starting job in that sense. You need to have like a driver's license. But my idea is basically that stealing cars should not at all remotely be encouraged if you're doing like a civilian playthrough. Stealing a car as a civilian should not be an acceptable thing to do that you'll get away with. But we need to figure out a way to have that make sense. In a way that is both punishing but also fair. As a criminal, of course you can steal cars all the time, right? That's fine. You can always steal cars as a criminal. Who gives a shit, you know? But if you're a civilian, in the real world, you don't just hop into a car and you're okay. You can keep having your job and stuff. So like as a civilian, maybe if you drive past a cop in a stolen vehicle, you know, you'd get wanted, and then that would end up on your criminal record, and you'd get like fired from your job and like demoted or whatever. So there's like a strong punishment that comes with taking the risk of stealing a car. But you could still steal a car if you want to, you just can't get caught by police while doing so, maybe. Like you can imagine you have a road and the police would be like here, and the police would have like a sphere of influence in which it can sort of see things. And then if you're driving here with your stolen car, you're okay as long as you're not within here. Because that's when the police catches on to you like, oh shit, you know, we've logged this car as stolen in our system. And now that ends up in your criminal record, which gets you demoted and whatever, you know. Whereas as a criminal, if you get demoted or have a criminal record, doesn't matter to you. I think that's an okay balance, right? Demotion, loss of career progress. Sounds fair. Like should be discouraging enough if you're a civilian to not like be stealing shit or beating up penguins on the street. Anyway, thank you all for today, and I'll see you all tomorrow. You thought about it more than the Rockstar devs. Yeah, well, I think the Rockstar devs think about it in terms of like what gets in the way of players having fun, and I'm thinking more of what gets in the way of the sort of role that players have making sense. So like if you're a criminal, you should be able to steal shit. You should be able to just ignore the police, they catch you or whatever. Like that should be an okay thing. Because again, you're not playing by the rules anyway. But if you're a civilian, obviously you're playing by the rules, and it's supposed to be to your benefit to play by the rules. But as a criminal, you like sort of get punished for playing by the rules. There's supposed to be this push and pull from both ends. Anyway, that's all I wanted to talk about today. Thank you all for watching the stream, and see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one.